advise them holding your currency if you have trade losses with them.
So how do you know that they don't that it doesn't just get like swapped guys on the forex market?
Sorry?
Like how do you ensure that they're not swapping it back out on the forex market because like they're not actually sending them like.
Taxpayers cannot afford any funding. They wish that somebody would die or something.
Oh, you need to do a lifetime of the shoe, huh?
Get to a lifetime with you.
You don't have second intelligent in that.
No, it's not biblical. I know, but it's not biblical.
Yeah,
This is like add-on bullshit after the fact.
Yeah, he's talking about he's talking about the period that's prior to that, though, which is different than the apocalyptic period that's later on.
Yeah, well, first I just want to address, I know the verse that Roy is referring to. I think it's in Corinthians, where Paul says what he's basically saying is life is short. He's not saying that the second coming is imminent, because elsewhere he points out.
But he says better not to marry. I mean, that was his words, right? Like he said, if you can, don't get married. He's not saying go start a family and like have a little fucking.
No, I know that. Yeah.
Okay, that's anti.
He's saying better not to marry in the context of life being short and the apostleship.
Whatever it is, right? Because the
second coming.
For whatever reason, dude. So I'm just saying that this whole like family thing with Christianity was a complete like fabrication. You know, the Apostle Paul himself was like, better not to start a family. Don't get married. That's the most ideal position you can be in.
Yeah, just say you can bear it.
If you're a weak person, I guess you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, by then, 2,000 years later.
I know, but it's like stop like whinging about it. That's like the ultimate Christian truth is like don't start a family.
Yeah, the context is different. Back in the context in the ancient days, the woman the promiscuous woman would be more prone.
Crimsonite. He just says better not to marry in general. There's no context.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Right.
Yeah,
you're disputing it. You're not disputing it. Okay.
No,
cool.
Yeah, not disputing it. So in the ancient days, the Israelite congregation was a very small population, and the woman that is sleeping around is going to have sexually transmitted diseases, and so that was to be looked on very harshly. Now you don't even have to go there. At least with that, there's a tangible, a utilitarian reason behind it. You can look at,
surely God's going to give them revelation about this. Like, you don't think that God could teach them about STDs and explain to them, here's what.
No,
but he could explain to them, like, I don't know how to have safe sex. How to make, they did have some rudimentary versions of condoms and stuff back then, right? Like, ways in which they can learn how to do that so that wouldn't be as much of an issue if that's the pragmatic issue, right? Wouldn't that be better than stoning her to death? I mean, it seems like the most extreme, most harsh, and most cruel way that you could.
Yeah, utilizing contraceptives would certainly have been effective in preventing the spreading of STDs, but it wouldn't overturn the underlying moral principle of why.
The thing is, Caleb, these women were mostly children. Like the marriage age was like 12 to 14. And so, like, probably if these women were, like, quote-unquote promiscuous, they were being abused by an older man, right? There's no way to get around that.
No, but there's no reason for them to lie.
Wait, for who to lie?
It
Of course
specifically
it's
says
for them to lie. Of course it's
they're only to be killed, executed, if they lie about it.
How do you determine if they lie or not? So okay, if they have sex out of marriage, so suppose that like an older man takes advantage of them, right? And they go like, oh, I had sex out of marriage. There's no provision in the Bible about that. If you simply had sex out of marriage, it doesn't. It just right. There's nothing saying it matters if an older man forced himself on her. There's nothing. So you're just assuming that because that's what we think in modern times, right? It's an anachronistic fallacy. It's not mine. No, I'm just reading it. I'm plainly reading it.
You're looking at the you're giving a speculation as to the motive for why the woman would have lost.
Yeah, because they're 12 years old. They're kids.
Right,
they're little kids. Right.
I'm saying if they are caught lying again.
Crimsonite. What was the common age that young women got married at that time?
No, like I said, right at
Right.
menstruation.
So do you think like a 12-year-old girl is gonna like have her wits about her and be able to make like moral decisions and like no, they're kids. Crimsonite, like stop it.
Well, when is
This
what
is
is
so misogynistic. Crimsonite.
What
This
is
very
what is
misogynistic.
Yeah,
Stop it.
The Old Testament doesn't say 12.
Crimsonite, stop it.
But first
they're
of all,
kids, all right?
What is the age of moral accountability?
I don't know. It's not 12.
So there you go. Everybody else heard that? He said, I don't know. 12, 13, they're kids. When are they accountable? I don't know.
Okay, do you think a 12-year-old girl is morally culpable?
It could be. It varies from person to person.
It could be, but is it in general? Are 12-year-old girls morally competent? Like they're able to get married, have sex, do whatever?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Answer it directly. Don't tell me this. Just say yes or no.
I believe it could be.
12-year-old girls?
I believe it could be. 12 years old? Sure.
No, could be. Yes or no. Just say yes or are they?
I'll go with yes.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And so again, what is the age of accountability?
Wow, dude. I don't know. It's not 12, though.
You said you don't know, but it's not 12, so it could be 13, 14, 11, 10?
I know. It could be 6. It could be 5. Who knows, Crimsonite, right? You just keep,
Yeah, this is...
think about what you're saying.
This is a non-starter.
No, Crimsonite. It's a non-starter because you got caught with your like little red flag stupid Christian beliefs. Right, where you're saying it, like a 12-year-old girl, perfectly fine. Get married, have sex with a 40-year-old man. That's the age of accountability.
What I've said is that it varies from person
That's
to person.
That's pedophile shit, dude.
It varies from person. Oh, so now you're objecting. So now you're just objecting to the age difference.
Tell me, Crimsonite. So what? If I was to say Crimsonite, what age does a little girl have accountability? What is it for you? Give me a number.
I refer back to the Bible. The Bible
No, give me a number. Give me a number.
I said it varies from person to person.
Give me a number. What do you think?
It could be someone like you that needs a little more time, or it could be someone more capable.
What's it to you? What is it to you?
It's not a one-size-fits-all.
What is it to you? Just tell
To me, it varies from person to person.
Give me an answer.
That is my answer. It varies.
Could be 5. Could be a 5-year-old girl if she's like mature enough.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What about 6?
I would put it somewhere within at least
7?
Around 9 to 10.
9 to 10. Okay. So have you been around a 9-year-old girl, Crimsonite? Would you marry a 9-year-old girl? They're little tiny children. They're not.
Marrying them and them having moral accountability is different.
My best friend has a 9-year-old girl. She's not anywhere close to
Hey, Roybos, this is a candidate. I'm another speaker on stage here. I know you two are engaged in your pedophile debate here, but fascinating as this conversation may be, I'd just like to ask if I could read a poem, perhaps, for 60 seconds. Because honestly, I'm, rather repulsed at the conversation. I apologize, Cora. Kicked me.
Become an Adam. And in a sense that God created Adam is like something which is like for example,
4,000 go out, and those that are under the 144,000 that are assigned, they're going to go out and they're going to help teach the rest of the world. That's what that healing of the nations means. Go ahead, my friend.
yeah, brother.
Hey, is that Jolie and Jacob? Hey, Jolie and Jacob in the house. He hanging out with his dad. Hey, Dad, how's it going?
He's not here.
What up?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Have you heard the AM music?
Yeah.
What, are you depressed again?
No, I'm ready to go to bed.
The little hellions can't speak. The boundaries embarrassed. That man must still listen to Elvis. They stop in the night because I'm as helpless. Just hold on. Attention to yells, bitch. A visionary vision is scared. You know, it's not a relevance if I look in the airwaves of rebel. So just let me revel and bask in the fact that I got everyone kissing my ass. And it's a disaster. Such a catastrophe for you to see so damn.
Nura Bandura.
You like that one?
It's okay. Would you use Suno?
No, it's free. It's YouTube.
Oh, I see. We have Nora in the house who's using a weird PTR photo now. What is that PTR photo? Oh, that's you. I thought it was a monkey.
Why do you have two accounts?
I thought it was a monkey hybrid creature or something.
That's the best roast. What a roast. You weren't even trying.
The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth.
Why does it look like a monkey?
What are you doing?
Yoga.
Yeah, but who's in the background?
Oh, that's Nora. That's in the other room I have open.
Hello, ma'am.
You're talking to Jacob.
Do you have any attractive friends? Not now, but if I can go to the north side once again.
You just want me to introduce you to attractive women?
Or semi. Teach me yoga. I don't give a shit.
I don't know, just come on here and read a book. That's the best thing you can do on this app.
But seriously, like, have you heard AI?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. I've created AI music, AI films, AI pictures.
No, dude. Watch this one. I ain't fuck with you. Just my mama's place. Suspended from school. Scared to go home. I was a fool. With the big boys breaking all the rules. I shed tears with my baby sister. It's Tupac. The same drama, things went wrong. We blame mama. Reminisce on the stress I caused. She was there. Hugging on mama from a dear mama.
You like it, girl?
It's alright, yeah. But it's 2 bucks words.
Yes. Let me go. Who think in elementary? I see the penitentiary one day and running from the pool. That's right. Mama catch me. Put a whooping to my backside. And even as a crack fiend, mama, you always was the black queen, mama. I finally understand for a woman, it ain't easy trying to raise a man. You always was committed. A poor single mother on welfare. Tell me how you did it. There's no way I can pay you back. But the plan is to show you that I understand. You are appreciated. Don't you know you love me? Dear mama, sweet lady. Please don't wanna rub. You are appreciated. Sweet lady. Don't you know we love ya? La 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 la. Nah, ain't nobody tell us it was fair. No love for my daddy cause the coward wasn't there. He passed away and I didn't cry. My anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. They say I'm wrong and I'm heartless. But all along I was looking for a father. He was gone. I hung around with the thugs. And even though they sold drugs, they showed me young love.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't want to trigger a copyright warning over here, though. But it sounds nice.
Dude, it's literally AI. Nobody made it.
I know, but if it's
A
on the,
computer made it.
I know, but you're playing
There's
it.
no copyright.
You're playing it from YouTube, though, right?
Yeah. But it's fake. It's a fugazi.
It's a Fugazi. Okay, Donnie. Listen, the point is, it's called third-party permission content. I don't have.
I get this, but that's one because they're borrowing his name, his likeness, and his voice. No. This won't be settled for 2 years. I'm ahead of my time on this one. Trust me.
All right, I got it.
I'm just saying.
I'm hip.
Anyway, I'll try to, try to relax. I guess I don't want to go in clubhouse no more and deal with people. Or should I? What do I want to do?
Okay, I'm gonna read a verse from the Tao Te Ching. It's called Returning to Your Origins, the 52nd verse. Everything has a common origin that we might call the mother of the universe.
I'm a slave.
Once in preconscious times, we were all a part of this mother, just as we, all her children, were part of each other. This was when we were all umbilically still attached to the great integrity. Some thousands of years ago, our species alone issued a declaration of independence from our mother. Now it is time to reunite with her. Thereafter, we will never any more suffer the 10,000 miseries that only we human beings have acquired. Block all the loopholes, shut all the doors to the old temptations, and we will never again feel deprived. If we crawl through the loopholes, if we race through the gate back to the 10,000 addictions, we will never be fulfilled. How shall we know the great integrity when our insights proliferate even in the smallest matters, when our strength is boundless even while ever yield? building. We can keep our outsides when returning to our insights. In this way, we will reharmonize with our mother, celebrating the great integrity on a higher level. What do you think? Hello?
Jacob?
I don't know. Jacob left the other room.
Oh, I don't know. I heard the beginning, but I didn't hear all of it.
Oh, no.
His scar is getting very bumpy.
Yeah, well, how do you think it all grows back together?
It's like my skin is like breaking out. It's so weird.
Mm. Can you take a hot bath and like moisturize your face?
I'm waxing my mustache right now, and then I'm gonna wash my face. But I think my mustache is not waxable right now.
You are a monkey.
I know. And when I was traveling, I was tweezing it, so I think I made it worse. Because I always wax it. I wax it or I bleach it. Ooh, so funny. Favorite show's one. I'm waxing so much, it's ripping my skin. So what did you think of what you read?
It was okay. I can't really remember what I read exactly.
About the umbilical cord of everybody being connected.
It says this progress might now be defined as an incredibly advanced technology. It is a great paradox that it is this very technology, although we sacrificed our humanity for it, that might provide us with one of the main prerequisites for planetary abundance, peace and community, and thereby the recovery of our lost humanity. The last stanza proposes that if we keep our outsights, the knowledge we have accumulated from our scientific and technological discoveries, when we return to our insights, our reharmonization with each other, with nature, and with ourselves, we will celebrate the great integrity on a higher level than any species in the entire evolution of life on this planet, even though our species was the only one that ever lost it.
When was this written?
I don't know, a couple of years ago.
It makes sense that it's more modern because it's talking about us like we're a lost cause.
Mm-hmm. It's like a very modern, yeah. 2000.
My favorite, you know who my favorite Jewish person on this app is?
Who?
This girl named Buttercup. Have you met her?
Yeah.
She's so lovely. She's like, she alone listening to her de-radicalized me.
What are you talking about? Buttercup is radicalized.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
Why? Because she doesn't support like injustice against non-Jews.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really care. I'm so tired right now. I'm ready to go to sleep. I don't want to talk about Buttercup.
She's a great person. Dude, ouch. My face is on fire. I need to ice it. Oh. It would be so nice if I wasn't hairy. What is it? Okay. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, well, have a good night. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Thank you, my monkey friend or monkey finder friend. I did monkey identifier.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a screenshot and put you on Pet Finder and try to find you a new owner.
Already at M, and hurricane season just started. President Trump was not even president of the United States. The bipartisan bill that came up would have literally gotten an opportunity for illegals to have a pathway, actually DACA recipients would have had a pathway to citizenship. Under that, TPS would have been addressed. It would have been a way to tighten the borders. They were going to give more money to tighten the borders. A lot of things the Republicans asked for, they got in that bill, okay? But you know what happened? Trump was pissed off because you know why? He was not going to get credit for it. Biden was. So you know what he told the GOP? Shut it the F down. Do not vote for it because it's not under my administration. And that is what the GOP did under lockstep. And he wasn't even the damn president. That is shameful and that is disgusting. And this is the stuff that you guys need to learn how to read before you get up on stages and have these push back on.
Can I voice my opinion? Is there no
Opinions do not relegate facts.
Yo, are you good? Can I finish? Are you good? Are you done?
She's actually explaining to you, and you're trying to have an opinion about something that she literally is a matter. There's no opinion about it.
No, wait. You're missing the entire reason. And I said this when you spoke. I'm telling the same thing to her. You're both right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But the thing is, I'm talking about the average voter, right? So if we agree, right, that what she said is absolutely right, and that most voters are not informed about this. Most voters probably don't care about what she spoke about, even though it is very true. The fact is that even if, right, even when that is true, we both agree that this administration has done more with addressing immigration and border issues than the last administration.
You're wrong. Because here's the problem. One, because they haven't followed the law. One, they did not give due process. Two, they have not followed the law. They have literally broken the law. And what they have done currently is they're just going around randomly seeking people to just pick up ill and haphazardly, and this is going to hurt the American people. And what they've done is spent a lot of money just haphazardly picking up people and literally breaking people's rights. And this is not correct. And what's going to happen is after this administration leaves, the residual effects of this is going to cost the taxpayers a lot of damn money, because there's a lot of lawsuits that people are now winning and will win, and they will turn around and the taxpayers are going to have to pay for this. This is the problem with people like you. Is you just say shit that don't make sense.
Yeah, you're talking about the end result. 71% of all the arrests that ICE is making, all of them have zero criminal record. Remember, Trump was saying he promised he's going to get the criminals, the worst of the worst. But he's not. He's getting the folks that are trying to do it legally. Let's talk about end result, right? Let's talk about end result.
It's not even just that. Some of these people have actual statuses. You're revoking statuses illegally without due process. And that's problematic in itself. And these people have a right to be heard. So when you revoke people that have actual statuses, they have a right to then go back to court and fight based on the fact that their status is revoked and they weren't given a reason why their statuses were revoked. Hell out of you don't have a leg to stand on. This shit is crazy.
But you want an opinion about the end result, right? You want an opinion? Go say your opinion. We're spitting facts over here.
I put him on a 2-minute timeout, but I guess he left the room.
No, because they just want to hear their opinion. They don't want to be based in fact. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, they want to come in and plant seeds.
That's why I put him on a 2-minute timeout, and he left the room. Because he didn't like being told what to do.
Yeah, they always run away whenever somebody actually refutes what they have to say.
Well, no, he was also being very rude. He was rude to Taro, he was rude to Rez, and so I said, I'm putting you in a 2-minute timeout, gave him a few seconds, and then moved him to the audience, and so he left. He's not, this is not my room, this is not my house, somehow I got put as the mod. I don't know where JD went, I added him as a mod so that he could carry this going. I would like some respect towards everybody, and, that's all I was trying to do, so you all can continue.
Hey, y'all. I didn't know y'all were even on the back and forth. I just wanted to we have some potential redistricting positive news. So procedural resolution that was answered specifically at amending the special session that would allow the mid-cycle redistricting. It passed the House of Delegates in Virginia 50 to 42. So this will help us countermand
Missouri, and if they decide to actually redistrict in Indiana. But Indiana's state legislature doesn't have the votes. The senators there don't agree. The House does, but Trump is trying to really put this pressure campaign on because he called a special session, the governor of Indiana, today. Brought everyone back. So we'll see what happens. But there are potential gerrymanders happening in Kansas, Nebraska. The Kansas one would affect Sharice David's seat. She's announced that if they do take her seat away or draw her out, she's doing a statewide race either for governor or for senator, where she would challenge Roger Marshall for re-election next year. Or try to get Laura Kelly's seat, the outgoing governor, because she's term limited. And it's the Democrat. But we don't know if the Democrat-controlled Supreme Court there in the state of Kansas would even allow this potential gerrymandering to happen, whether they override Laura Kelly's veto or not. So there's that. But, excited to see Virginia, which I didn't expect them to honestly do anything until maybe 2028, even if they did something. But yeah, they're the Virginia Democrats is like honey, it is. So there's some good news there. I know y'all are arguing about something like ice, but I will let y'all continue.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think all of that is because of our ballot in California for next week?
It's mostly because of Texas, and then, since Texas wasn't the only one that Trump was going after, he was rallying, the troops. I'm in California too, by the way, Shaw. Texas being called up because Greg Abbott wasn't even on board until Trump pretty much forced him to. Then he made his calls to DeSantis, who said he's considering doing one in January, and then he continued making calls. He even tried to threaten Kelly Ayotte over in New Hampshire. She refuses to redistrict because she obviously has a very liberal state that will Republican federally. Statewide, it won't federally. So she's too scared to really piss off anyone. So she won't do it. She's already come out very clear on not. But yeah, you have Kansas. They just did a redraw in North Carolina because Josh Stein, he has no control over the maps in that state, the Democratic governor of North Carolina. And then you see, unfortunately, the fight in Louisiana that's at the Supreme Court now. We'll see what happens if the VRA is overturned or not. But DeSantis has also said that if the VRA is overturned, he is for sure redrawing their maps in January. So it's absolutely because of Trump. We're just in California fighting the good fight to try to save any seats we can, or at least offset their theft. So the fact that
we're also
Virginia's going to do it
differently. We're putting it to the voters.
Correct, which is way better. I mean, so will Virginia. They'll have to actually do two, I think, ballot measures. What we are seeing, though, in Ohio and in Missouri is that the Missouri map that was drawn is actually a legal map. They actually split a county in two, which you're not supposed to do. So, according to their state law. So they actually are, there are people who are collecting different signatures to basically amend their particular, redraw. That would probably make it illegal, and that would probably happen around March, is what folks are saying. Ohio needs 250,000
March would be too late.
Offset their potential map. That they haven't even signed off on their map yet because they have to actually wait for.
March would be too late because the primaries have already started.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
March would be too late because the primaries have already started.
Well, that's the state law in Missouri. It's very weird. They have like this weird, it's like a 90-day deadline, I want to say. Maybe it's not 90 days. Maybe I'm thinking of Ohio. Ohio has the 90-day deadline. I have to go back and look at Missouri, but Missouri has like a deadline. And they were talking about you also have to have these signatures in a certain amount of time, and they have to be a certain amount from each county. It's really weird. But similar to Ohio, if we can get the signatures, we can basically toss the map out. But the issue with Missouri on top of that is they have an illegal map, which is now going to be challenged in court. So even if we get the signatures and, we failed, we can get them in time, that map is still actually illegal because of the way they drew it. So that map's probably just going to be tossed out, and which is good news, for us, for Missouri. But the Ohio map is, it'll really be on the Democrats. Activists can get those signatures, and they need them from pretty much every county. They need specific number for each county to make up those 250,000. But Hakeem Jeffries is working his tail off to get it done. He's in Illinois right now, trying to convince the Black Caucus there to allow the redraw, so that we can take, I think, either 2 seats or 1 seat in Illinois, and obviously redraw the map to make it more favorable to Democrats. So we'll see what happens. I am confident as long as the VRA is not overturned. I mean, we're really going to be fine in the midterms.
Did you listen to the oral arguments?
Yeah, I've been listening. I'm
scared. I'm scared.
But yeah, I'm concerned. I do think they're going to more so weaken Section 2. I don't know that they'll completely throw it out, but at this point, it's just kind of up in the air. It is more of a lean towards we're probably fucked, but I don't want to accept it yet until it happens. Because they end up getting.
And you heard he's sending people to spy on our election and make sure that there's no fake ballots and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, in California, he's literally going to have them pretty much. They always have watchdogs, but people think ICE will be at the election precincts, basically intimidating and staring down "quote unquote" illegals, which is BS.
Which is why you mail in your vote.
Correct, which is what I've done my entire life.
Exactly.
But not everyone does do that. I don't know why, but
some people feel the necessity to go and the sticker and actually do it.
They think it's fun too, which I get it if that's your ministry, but I think it's too dangerous right now. If I could, I would always do it. And so, apparently Trump said that all mail-in ballots will be thrown out and will not be counted. That's what he said over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he has no say in the matter. So
yeah, he had signed an executive order, I think he said, or he's signing one this week that is going to ban
all federal election.
He's retarded.
Well, it's not federal election, so he has no say in the matter.
Well, correct, but in general, he can't. Yeah, exactly. He can't control states' elections. He's just fucking retarded. But he thinks that he can make it legal because he's the president, and I really don't understand what goes through his head. But I don't honestly want to. But yeah, the VRA's they project 11 seats will go to Republicans, but Democrats could do their own mid-cycle redistricting. They do also say, experts, that this won't affect the midterms. This would affect 28. So Dems would have time in states like Oregon, Washington State, Maryland, Colorado specifically, because their candidate for governor on the Democratic side said that they absolutely think they should redistrict because it is a much bluer state than prior, and that those 3 Republican seats have no business in this state. And I thought it was funny. But yeah, there's an opportunity for Dems to offset it, where Republicans, if the VRA is overturned by 28, maybe they get 5 seats tops, but that still leaves, and I have a nerdy little Excel document I can post if y'all want to read it. That still leaves about 18 swing seats in the House. So yeah, it gives them an edge, but in reality, if Dems respond in kind, Democrats still have a shot at winning the House again in 28. So, they just have to undo.
You mean 26?
No, I'm talking about 28 because the VRA, a lot of it wouldn't be able to, similar to how you're mentioning March is a lot of primaries. If the VRA is overturned, a lot of these states won't have time to do their mid-cycle gerrymandering because a lot of them actually have to turn in maps by December legally. So, if for some reason they decide, even if it's next month, a lot of these folks won't have time to call special sessions in those states like South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, etc., to actually do new maps before. Louisiana will, because they just actually changed the rules so that they can extend their primary, and they be able to gerrymander.
SCOTUS doesn't issue their ruling for several months.
Well, they're saying
they're only hearing right now that they won't issue a ruling.
I'm aware. My dad worked, just so you know, I know you don't know, my dad worked for the DOJ for 25 years. I'm very well aware. They're trying to say that they're going to expedite and give a faster ruling, which I think is crazy. And that's why I'm referring to if for some reason next month we get one. But the reason why I was discussing and saying 2028 is because it's now quite apparent we will not have any VRA affected maps until 2028, because that's just, they're not going to be able to redraw all these states, because even if the ruling happens next month, because for sure we're going to redraw, we're screwed, but I presume they all will fight, redraw. And at the end of the day, Republicans might only have a net gain of like 5 seats that would be favorable for them to win out of the like 12 that are considered swing districts. So yeah, as long as the person they elect in 28 on the Dem ticket is not stupid and it's not someone that's just wholly unpopular, we would have, I think, a pretty interesting down ballot effect, and we'll be probably fine. It would even be worse. 2 more years of horrible Trump after the midterms. And after the midterms, he won't give a fuck. Not that he does now,
Is that what Texas kicked off with their redistricting that California responded to? That all these American states are now rushing to strip the voice of individual Americans and their vote. Because that's what we're talking about, right? When we talk about this con and this degradation of American democracy to enable the left or the right to win or lose based on multimillionaire politicians on both sides rewriting, the lines that originally were just meant to say, hey, let's let every voice have a voice. And I'm not saying originally like the Constitution, because we know that that enabled, white slave owners to have, a third of the vote of their black slaves. But I'm saying like the 1950s American democracy, right? And when we see this redistricting on both sides, this is just a pollution of the American democracy, and it's wrong.
Of course,
And
but California is the only state that's actually taking the vote to the people. We get to vote on it. Not, nobody in the House or the Senate or the governor has made the decision. All they did was get the signatures, they put it on the ballot, and our election is in 2 weeks from today, tomorrow.
And Virginia will be doing the same thing Shaw just named. That's
right,
what
no,
they're
but
needing.
he mentioned California, so that's why I brought up California. So I mean, out of all
Texas,
but about all of these places, California is the only one that took it to the people. So now it's up to people
and
to decide.
genuine question. I don't know the answer. Genuine question. Did Texas take that
No.
re?
No, it was all done within the House and Senate, the state House and Senate, and then Abbott signed it. So, and as you were here earlier, you heard us. I think you even said it. It's not like they listen to their constituents. They do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Exactly.
That's your question. Like when you see left and right states now racing, all of them, as a response to what Texas kicked off, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you see all of the states on both sides racing to try and like out scam, let me say this properly, to try and like out con the con that the other side is doing.
No, that's the wrong way to even frame it. You're framing this as if this is some sort of both sides issue for this current election climate or for the upcoming election in 26. One side didn't start the fight. The Democrats didn't start it. The Republicans, through Trump, are the ones that are forcing this. So if you, an individual who potentially may or may not, I don't know you, care about democracy or care about fair maps in general, you wouldn't then frame it as both sides. You would state Republicans unfortunately started a war where they want to steal the 2026 election, right, so to speak. Meaning, they are going to, whether Dems respond or not, gerrymander states. I've already clearly stated, and you can Google Trump's call to action to actually redraw the maps in all of these states. He already had called Indiana's governor. He had already had called to talk to DeSantis. He had already talked to Texas. He had already been trying to talk to the governor of New Hampshire. These are not things that exist in a vacuum separately. These are things that were happening all at once. He called them all. He rallied the troops. He wanted them to redraw their maps. So you then saying this is that both sides are going back and forth. No. Dems have to either respond by redrawing maps to try to offset what these fuckers are taking, or they're going to continue to be called pussies by their own party, which we continue calling them pussy, weak, right, feckless. They're letting the Republicans walk all over them. They have no fight. So it's like you can't have both of these arguments. You can't have Dems don't fight back
you want me to respect the last thing you said, I'll mute up and let someone else.
Yeah, I really don't care what you choose. It's stupid people come on this app and they live in this like alternate reality where it's like on one side you hear the argument for people who hate Democrats. They are pathetic. They don't fight back. They don't do anything. And the other side, well, both sides. It's not both sides. Both sides are not the same. That is a myth. Just like the myth of trickle down economics from the Reaganism bullshit that Republicans have spewed the last fucking 40 years. That shit is not real. It doesn't help anyone but billionaires and corporations. It doesn't actually come and reach the bottom and reach the worker who works for these corporations. It sets at the top in the wallet of the rich fuckers who run the companies, right? The same nonsense of it's both sides are the same. No, you can either have one side completely fuck us all, disenfranchise our vote, and allow them to stay in power to continue doing this nonsense with another reconciliation bill they've already discussed. This time aimed at healthcare, right? Shout out to John McCain with his thumbs down that he gave, right? You can either have that be your reality, where Dems are already fighting for subsidies that won't get extended because Republicans don't want them to. You can either fight for them to have another bill, another reconciliation bill that does more, just like the one big beautiful bill, or you can shut up and say, I'm glad Dems are fighting back. I'm glad I have a fucking representative that actually is trying to make sure my vote is preserved. I'm sick of people coming on this app playing this fake centrist, I'm apolitical bullshit. Wake up and smell the coffee. We're not buying the bullshit y'all sell anymore. Be straight up and real or shut the fuck up.
And so, Matt, if you'll allow me to respond, you probably won't let me, and I'll mute up the second you want to come off mute. And if you had asked, what you would have known is that I am a fucking leftist Canadian. I pay the highest tax. Go ahead, brother. I clearly don't believe in the first one.
Y'all are dumb. Y'all are the reason why we have Trump anyway. Y'all uncommitted voters. Y'all Holocaust terrorists. I don't have time for y'all anyway. Y'all are also stupid. Y'all are the reason why we're going to lose probably the freaking Senate race in Maine because you want to prop up Graham Platten with his fucking Nazi totem fucking tattoo. He lied about. Y'all the ones that are going to tell everyone, oh, the reason we lost Maine is because you guys didn't prop up. Yeah, I know he's Canadian. I'm referring to the leftist ideology. Leftists exist in America, the United States of America. We're probably going to lose, we lost Maine because they didn't just back Platten or they were so, establishment. That's literally what y'all do. I don't care. Everything's both sides. Everything's the liberal corporate Democrat. Everything's the establishment. I don't give a fuck. Y'all are incompetent and uneducated. You don't comprehend why Trump started the fight. You want to say both sides are framing and scamming the other. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, and I'm going to keep telling you to because you're fucking dumb, just like the rest of these idiots on this app.
Feel free to jump in. I'm not an idiot. I don't continue to do things over and over to.
I mean, you already stated before, and I was listening and made sure I heard you say it twice that both sides are scamming, both sides are etc. You don't know how to just frame something and blame the person that actually started it, that wants to disenfranchise voters. No, you want to blame the people that are trying to stop it by actually responding in kind, so we don't lose representation and so we don't lose nonsense to these Republicans. We've already lost enough. You want to lose more? Why is it the framing has to always be that same bullshit? Y'all don't answer that, and as you've stated, I'm going to continue talking over you because you're not going to answer the question, and you want a spectacle, and I will give you the spectacle because I am smarter than you.
Okay, that was a little rude, Matt.
Oh, I'm rude, and I don't care.
All right. Well, I have no control over this room or the stage. I don't know what to say to that. It would be nice if you were a little less rude for my sake. But I get that this is personal and you're heated and you've given a lot of information. But having open dialogue without discourse and personal digs would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, his small brain can respond if he chooses to. I don't control him, so he can go ahead and talk.
I'll try Shaw and Matt, but again, I'll mute up because I'm Canadian. I have social graces, right? And so I will mute up the second you want to interrupt me. The point that I was trying to make, right, is that when you have tariffs, when you have discourse, when you will not allow other people to comment on what's going wrong with your democracy, right? when you automatically cut those people off. Even again, and I don't think Matt appreciated this, I am a leftist fucking Canadian. I am so socialist that it would make most fucking people on the American left puke, right? And I'm coming in here and criticizing the fact that the failed American democracy that allows billionaires to strip the individual Americans of their voice and their democracy, that has poisoned both sides of your political spectrum. And I come in here and I just try to comment on that, right? And Matt cuts me off 100 times to say I'm a piece of shit because I'm just trying to make that commentary. That is the problem with America right now, Matt.
Well, I hate to break the news to you, but that happens in Canada too.
Yeah, I just, you're pathetic at this point. I
Matt,
couldn't care less.
Matt.
No, I don't care.
But let me, I agree with Jeremy. You know, I don't mind coming up here and talking with you, but you know I've had my back and forths with you before. You come. This is the thing. You're not coming in here to have a good faith-based conversation. It almost appears like you're acting as if you want to have a faith-based conversation, but then you're in the chat just bashing America on all sides, and you know, want to remind us that even us that are up here fighting for the bullshit that's going on are, still idiots. I mean, that's how I read it when you write in the chat. You're not necessarily having a faith-based conversation. You constantly do come in and just constantly bash all parts of America like that's productive whatsoever. It's very unproductive. So you try to make this argument about being cut off as being unproductive, but you coming here just bashing every side, not contributing, just trying to come up here and tell us shit that we already know, like America's failed democracy, billionaire. Like you come up here and you like to condescend and you like to treat people up here like they're idiots.
Jade,
like we don't know.
He sent himself to the group.
Yeah, like we don't know a lot of shit that is happening in our own country, and you like to point that out very vigorously, like everyone's idiots. So the thing is, your contribution a lot of the times is unproductive because when we're sitting here, discussing one thing, see now look, at Mike, he's telling the truth. Now Mike, he wouldn't know that you're 100% against anything that Mike would have to say if Mike were to come up here. But Mike's just another one of those people. But Jeremy, that's how I feel. But I don't mind having a conversation with you. But that's just how I see a lot of times. I don't think a lot of what you're trying to do when you come to these rooms is very, very American hate.
So JD, when you left me alone,
sorry,
and Matt, yeah, don't do that again. And Matt came up. He actually had a lot to say that was very informative. And
no, he does. He does.
No, he did. And he talked about all the different states and the redistricting and who's doing what, and it was a good conversation. And then somehow it went overboard, and now it's name calling. So I don't understand why. I don't understand because Matt, you were doing so well and you were saying so much that was really interesting, and then now everybody's an idiot. So
I mean that's my guy, and like I said, I don't have a problem having conversations with Jeremy. I mean, he does say a lot of things, but there's, like I said, I watch a lot of what Jeremy writes. Most of the time he's in these spaces, it's just a lot of American hate. It's just unproductive, in my opinion. I got it. You hate America. You hate that we let this happen. We're the dumbest people on earth. I mean, this is the rhetoric that Jeremy comes to these rooms a lot of times. And you do spew that, Jeremy. You do. You spew that a lot of times in these rooms. This is very, to me, that part of it is unproductive. I mean, if you have an agenda to come in these spaces to point out that Americans are idiots, then you're accomplishing that. But you're not contributing anything more than spewing a lot of knowledge we already know, or you want to just claim that we don't know it.
And GD, I'll respond, but if anyone else wants to get in, because I appreciate what you're saying, so I don't want to dominate the stage. But I'll respond really succinctly, JD. I hear what you're saying, brother. And when I try to contribute in these rooms, whether it's Lisa's or politically correct, I don't come in here to like shit on America or kill the conversation. The times I come off mute is when I hear personal attacks or like just a conversation that's like clearly not, moving forward. And when I try to contribute, the things I say, JD, in all honesty, is very similar to what American Democrats say. And I think a lot of the things that I hear in these rooms are American Democrats that are saying everything that I'm saying, right? And so as a Canadian, when I come in here and I just, support with facts, and I don't think anything that
You need new
I
Wi-Fi.
say is
Hello? You need Wi-Fi. Can't hear you.
fuck you for caring about our democracy. Fuck you as a Canadian. You know what I mean, JD?
Yeah, I hear you, but that's not the case. Jamie, I'm in these rooms. At least I know this room, and at least it's 420. Maybe other rooms you go in, but for the most part, you come up here, you speak. It's more the rhetoric you put in chat. It doesn't match when you come up here. Like in chat, you're just bashing America on both sides, Democrats, Republicans. You know you do it. I mean, come on, don't stand up here and act like you are just on the side of the Democrat because you're not. You have an issue with the rhetoric that I write. You have an issue with America. You do, with all of America. And like sometimes I question, like, yeah, what is your motive? Like, you just want to. There's a lot of times you come in, yeah. I agree. You're at the end of the day, who you should be mad at are the people like Mike Pease and these MAGA nut jobs that voted this idiot in. But I know you like to go farther back into American history beyond just what we normally are talking about in this room, which is typical today politics. You like to go far back and explain how democracy has failed and all the issues with America. You like to do that a lot, and like I say, I think a lot of times it's unproductive. You may not be doing that right now. You may not be doing that today, but I know Matt well enough. Matt isn't just up here bashing because you're a Canadian. I think Matt probably hinted on the same shit that I'm talking about right now. I guarantee it.
Nope. He was
Maybe, but yeah.
old rude. And now he's in there. Now he's in the comments saying that he can say whatever they want and he wasn't disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. He was rude and disrespectful to several people. And I didn't even get to throw him into the goo on a timeout. Instead, he sent himself there. Now he's got his hand raised. And until he can get himself together, he's not coming up. Because the chat is absolutely absurd. And I don't want to hear it. And no, I'm not about fucking God because you were not raised properly if you speak to people the way you just did.
Wait, what's going on? I'm confused.
Matt went off on Jerry before I came.
Whoever you are, Matt, that is not acceptable.
Is it my Matt?
Yeah. He got a little out of hand. I said in the chat, if you don't show some respect, I'm going to put you in timeout. He put himself in timeout. Now he's calling me a Karen and to go fuck myself. In the chat, we're just trying to have a flow of conversation about the various different things, Patty. It was good.
I know, but Matt gets excited. Everybody knows Matt. That's like, I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right, I'll bring him up if you're.
Yeah, that's me right there. Matt is me. That's mine.
Okay, well, could you please tell him to stop calling me a white ass fairy?
Be nice, Matt.
White bitch. Go fuck yourself, Karen. I don't care what random ass white people say.
No, Matt.
Tell him
Matt don't really fuck with nobody until you fuck with him. You must have said something that might have got him the wrong way.
I did. I told him I was putting him on the timeout if he didn't behave himself. And then he put himself on.
I'm gonna just say this, Patty. I count stage. I thought actually y'all were awake, which is why I raised my hand. I didn't know y'all were kind of like not by the phone per se.
No, I wasn't by the phone. I had some girlfriends over for a second.
Oh, really? Well, I'm hoping y'all enjoyed yourselves. I wanted to share the stuff I saw in Virginia regarding the state legislature, how they had their special session, and how on Wednesday we convened, and it's looking more like they're going to do this loophole. Because the current sitting governor called a special session earlier this year, and through the loophole, basically they're going to be allowed to potentially redistrict in Virginia by the midterms. And we were going to be discussing it. Whatever his name, Jeremy Mias, whatever his name is, came on stage and wanted to just do the whole thing. You know what we hear often with some folks, where it's both sides are scamming the political electorate because they're both disenfranchising voters and discussing. Basically, he's saying both sides are doing this equally, and I'm like, what are you talking about? We all know that Trump. Actually, it's funny. What's funny? I didn't even raise my voice to these white people on stage, but you know how.
Stop it with the white people on stage.
Anyway,
I complimented you, Matt,
okay.
and I got
Anyway,
Wait, hold on.
No, because Matt,
girl,
Mr.
I don't have
Matt,
time.
you spoke and
I
gave
don't
a lot of
care.
great
I want to actually
information.
talk to Patty. I don't want to talk to you. So back to what I'm saying.
Let him. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so because you know, Patty, I'm not even in a hype mood. I'm chilling. So you know. But anyway, I'm just tired. When it comes to discussing this whole back and forth, yeah, he wanted to go into the whole both sides are the same, both sides are demonizing, and scamming was the word actually that was used to dilute our vote, and it's wrong. And I explained, wait, what are you talking about? He alluded to the fact that basically Trump didn't start this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Very kind of over the whole, I don't know if it's sense or really care what you are, the whole talking point of both sides started this, both sides have gone back, both sides have been doing this, and look at what's happening. And I'm like, well, Trump that started it now, and Trump's the one that called Greg Abbott, who had no gerrymandering or redrawing them out before, and implored him to do so, right? Politically speaking. Same for DeSantis, same for Governor Ron in Indiana, same for Missouri, North Carolina. And so he spoke again after, and then I cut him off. I did, because I was just like, okay, I'm hearing it twice. It's the same rhetoric regarding Americans have these two sides, and they're both destroying the country. And I'm like, honey, we know what side is destroying the country. I think after 2024, we got to stop having this conversation of saying blaming of the Democrats, because then I explain, we all talk about this in this room, as you know, Patty, like, we get mad at them for being, quote, pussies, or for not fighting back, for not standing up to Republicans, even though they're in the minority right now, right? And I'm saying, on one end, you would be one of those people probably complaining that Democrats aren't fighting back hard enough against Republicans. They're just allowing this authoritarian nonsense to go on, right? And they're not doing shit. But then you have them fighting back, and now the excuse is both sides are polluting our vote and scamming the different states, and it's just like, y'all gotta stop with this nonsense. Right. You gotta pick one lane. Are you mad at Democrats because they're not fighting back hard enough, or are you saying that Democrats are just as bad as Republicans? It's just kind of like, you can't have both right now when it comes to what's happening, because we know why Democrats are countermandering, because they're countermandering. And then Shaw brought up, in California, we are voting for the map, and it's just quite clear that that's where Jeremy, whatever his name is, I'm sorry, that's where he is. And I just kind of was explaining myself and saying, like, look, I don't really want to have this conversation with you, because this is just where it always goes with people who want to do this. It's one of those two arenas. And I was just like, I was over it. I'm like, it's clear. And he said he's a leftist, and you know how I feel about those. The Mamdani girlies, both of you are, evil, and girl, can we stop with all this? Can we just look at things in a very clear, we'll just call them, let's be clear-eyed. We know who the enemy is. We know who's trying to steal an election. We know who's trying to, do all this nonsense next year. We don't need to still have this conversation where we just want to put both of them in one basket and talk about them. Like, we got to stop. So, I was going in on him, not even cussing him out. I was just telling him he is not intelligent. I did say he's a moron. So that's the name. I called him. I said, you're clearly a moron. You're not intelligent. I said all that. And then she was wanting defend him and say I'm being rude, and I said, cool, yeah, I'm gonna go to the goo. So went to the goo, and then he continued to talk. JD got on stage, and they were going back and forth about him, I guess, trashing America consistently in Lisa's rooms and all this other stuff in the chat, and then when he gets on stage, it's a different vibe, and he plays this game where it's all Americans doing this, that, and the third, which is essentially similar to what I was saying, but not specifically, and then shot back to him saying, no, Matt was rude, blah, blah, blah. I was rude. I'm always going to be rude when it comes to
Matt talks like that, but you know what? Let me tell you something. He's a lot of information, at least for this room, at least for me.
Yeah. And
Patty, I loved everything he said. I learned so much from Matt.
You know, the only reason why he will never ever get a green bean in here is because he blocked half the clubhouse, right?
Exactly. And
but to be honest with you, he actually is one of the people that actually contributes more information.
I did not know about all the states except for North Carolina that he talked about. I didn't know any of the stuff about Virginia, and it was very interesting to hear what he had to say, and also to know that he's from California, where he knows what's going on here. So I actually, when he was talking about the redistricting, he wasn't being interrupted at all. But then they got into a little tit for tat, and it did get. I'm sorry, Matt. You got a little bit more hostile than you're telling Patty.
No, I know Matt. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. You are lucky, and he might have gave you grace because we got you green bean. But you are lucky he did not go to hell where you would have had him kicked out this room, because he will curse.
I won't kick anybody out of your room.
Yeah, but he's one of them people that will curse you today. Tomorrow, we'll find you in another room. He will stop you and curse you and make you feel like hell.
Yeah.
If he feels like he's that guy. He just will act up. That's my son, though. No, I love Matt. Matt knows I love him. So, I do try to protect him because I know he's not problematic. He may say how he explains it. You might not like it. He might say, shut the fuck up, let me finish. But he's a very smart kid. He's young. Smarter than most of us up here. So, I give him a lot of grace, right? And everybody already knows his personality. Everybody that at least sits on this side of the clubhouse knows his personality. And they know he's smart, but they tend to ignore us.
Patty, well, you know how much respect I have for you, so, Matt, I hope that we can start over and you will not cuss me out and call me a Karen.
Well, I'm sorry I called you a bitch and a Karen, but I don't like it when people defend. I'm going to be very straight up. I do not like leftists. I don't.
I'm not a leftist.
No, not you. Sorry, not you. I don't even.
Just don't add any more adjectives to my name.
Well, I'm sorry, but no, I don't presume in any way. I didn't presume actually when we're talking to you, you're a leftist. You sound like a responsible voter. Leftists are not responsible voters. Leftists actually are. I'm being very honest. Leftists are the ones that say stuff that Jeremy or whatever his name is said about how California is disenfranchising their voters, but also then say in the same breath, which is what I was explaining before, that Democrats are pathetic and weak for not fighting back. So you want Democrats to fight back and do all the things with the minority, right, that they're in, right? Not you when I say you, but you the plural you, right? But then you're criticizing them, right? And I'm not going to name his name again because I accidentally just did. And you want to criticize them after that in the same breath and say, well, how dare you disenfranchise people's vote by gerrymandering blue states and actually trying to offset Trump's authoritarian regime and his power that will continue in 2027 when they're all sworn in again. What in earth? How does that make sense? This is why I don't like leftists. It's the same nonsense. It's the Mamdani defenders. It's it's just stupidity.
Man, you sound more intellectually than I did, and that's my point. This becomes unproductive.
Correct.
What the? It's like, come on.
Yeah, see, JD knows. I know, Shaw. I'm not sure if you're new to this room. I've not seen you here, but I'm not sure if you're new to these characters. I've been dealing with these characters for I don't know what, a year and a half, 2 years now. I'm over it. I don't have the grace, the kindness, the respect. I got on Clubhouse being kind and respectful to people. I've learned that gets you nowhere on this app. I'm just pop off on the cuss. Now, I'm originally from Chicago. I know it's wrong, it's bad, ghetto, ratchet, and all that. I come from a very different background than a lot of these people where I don't act that way, but I have to sometimes on here because these people just don't listen. They come with nonsense, and sometimes I'm not trying to be mean, and I know this probably isn't that way in your culture. Sometimes you just gotta cuss motherfuckers out and call them dumb, because they are. Because some of these people really just need to be told off and moved away, because they don't offer anything productive. I can offer you ratchet, but I'm productive with my ratchet. I can actually give you data that's real. They make up stuff. It's a bunch of conjecture and a bunch of pathetic emotions that no one cares about. That will do none of us any. That will do none of us any good. And I don't have time for listening to these Canadian tears. I'm sorry, leftist Canadian tears. Talk about America and blame Democrats for being in the minority, right? And trying to literally allow me to have fucking healthcare. I have a disability. So I definitely do get heated with a lot of this stuff, because guess what? I have insurance and my premiums are going to triple in another month. I have family who has a lot of disabilities. Their shit's going to go up. And if we continue to let people, unfortunately, say a lot of this BS, yes, they have a right to speak, that's fine. But beyond that, if we continue to let these people just, try to, in my mind, poison the minds of the people who listen to this, conversation with their bullshit, to me, not only is it not productive, but you're then just jeopardizing and harming other people, right? This is how Trump got in office in the first place. And I'm just tired of it. I'm personally tired of it. I don't have any energy left for these people, so I do resort to cursing them the fuck out and keeping it pushing, because I feel like they do not deserve my grace, my kindness, or anything beyond a quick 1-2 punch, right? So that's me. Sorry, I called you a white bitch and a Karen and all that stuff. I just was over it, because you don't know me, obviously, and we're going to defend this young man on stage, and I don't have the energy to try to convince you I'm right when I know I am. That's just where I'm at. So, But Jeremiah, talk if you want to.
Thank you.
So I do want to make an announcement. So supposedly we're gonna try Thursday. We're gonna get Tim Wise on here, and we're trying to get Jane Elliott next week. Hopefully she doesn't pass away by the time we do this room. I don't know who Jane Elliott is. She's like older lady, the brown eye, blue eye.
Yep. She did a social experiment with kids to stamp out racism.
Right. So she's trying to figure out what's the best day for her to do it next week. I wanted to do her this week. I guess something was happening.
Oh, that's going to be fire.
Yeah, that'd be fire. And then Tim Wise, we haven't even voted on whether or not we're going to do any of his books. But hold on, I'll tell you what all he wrote.
And what's the name of the person who referred to me in the chat and said I have the energy? I have the energy because I'm extending that to Shaw out of respect for Patty, and also she, rescinded what she said to me and started rescinding what I said to her. And I wanted to give her a better scope on how I operate and why, because these people the fuck out, namely you. But actually, Jeremiah, I didn't cuss you out. I didn't call you a curse word. I just said you're not intelligent and a moron. So you should actually also be praising whatever God you believe in that I didn't drag you. I'm not also in a bad mood and in any interest in dragging you anyway. You drag yourself with your own opinions. But anyway, go ahead.
So the books he wrote is White Like Me, Reflection on Race from a Privileged Son, Affirmative Action, Racial Preference in Black and White, Speaking Treason Fluently, Anti-Racist Reflections from an Angry White Male, Between Barack and a Hard Place, Racism and White Denial in the Age of Obama, Colorblind, The Rise of Post-Racial Politics, The Retreat from Racial Equality. Most of his books are about race. Dear White America, Letter to the New Minority. Under the Influence, Shaming the Poor, Praising the Rich, Sacrificing the Future of America, and Dispatches from the Race War. So we are going to choose one of his books. Not sure which one, but we'll let y'all vote, because I think the two books that have won so far when it comes to, and y'all going to have to vote between those two books Saturday after we figure this commonly yours. Let me go to my notes. Shit. I'm on my iPad and I'm on my phone. Okay, so the two books that people chose, one was the first voting round. It was The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump. And the other one was
Christmas music, Patty. Seriously.
Child, let me tell you something.
Girl.
I got a whole bunch of female friends, and they still watch cartoons. I do too, so let me stop. I'm not a Christmas girl. It's so goddamn expensive. And the other book is, oh, okay, it was Virginia Belfry, her book. So it's between that one
That's a good.
and the other
That's
one.
a good one. I've read
Is
that
it?
one.
So you've read it, right?
Oh
So
yeah.
they're going to choose between those two. Who will tell? No.
I'd say both. Actually, both are good.
Okay.
But I mean, I haven't read the whole thing on Trump, but I have read Virginia's cover to cover.
Well,
But you know, that's the lawyer in me.
yeah. So was at first almost a tie between her and my babe. What's her name? House Speaker. Her last book.
Pelosi.
Yeah, Pelosi's last book. I love Pelosi.
I know. She's my neighbor. I don't know what's going on with her and everything that's happening here in this lovely city that I live in. She's got somebody running against her. She's spending a lot of time here. I'm really not sure what's happening with her. No, I even said earlier about Pelosi that my mother has a crush on. My mother got to meet her when we were in New York a couple of years ago. Just think she's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Shaw, did you see that Pelosi is potentially retiring after the Prop 50 potentially passes?
So I've heard the rumors, and so I'm politically connected in San Francisco proper. Very politically connected in San Francisco proper. I have heard the rumors. The problem is who would take her seat, and then there would be a special election, and then there.
She didn't. Wasn't her daughter gonna run or something?
Her daughter is not coming up. They're talking about Connie Chan, who is a supervisor in the Sunset or the Richmond. I can't remember which side.
Connie Chan from where?
San Francisco. She and Scott Wiener. Well, Scott Wiener pulled papers to run against. Pelosi pulled her papers the day after she won the election. So I've heard rumors about the retiring. I've heard, and I've also heard that she would do it if they appoint Connie to then run. None of it's been confirmed. I haven't been able to get a full confirmation. There's a lot of rumors going around about this ever since Scott Wiener last week. What was it, on Thursday? Announced
right.
it.
And then Cat or whatever their name is. What's his name? Right?
I just call him the AOC protege.
There we go. Because I can't remember the name. It's like Cat or something. Chavarati or I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't actually hear, and I didn't know that part, that she would potentially actually just step down. I just was hearing that she was not clear she was running for re-election. So if she steps down, there's a special, and I just think that's a waste of money. But hopefully, if she does not want to, run again, she just finishes her term, and then, you know what I mean, just chooses to retire. But I like Scott Wiener. I think he's a moderate. I think he'd be a pretty, Well, I mean, why not? Who else is going to do it?
Scott Wiener is the furthest thing from a moderate. He's a socialist.
Well, it says that he's a moderate Democrat when I looked up his information.
Yeah. No, he's not.
It says that he's a state senator, right?
Yeah, he's part of the Socialist Party.
Wait, are you thinking about the other person?
No, I'm talking about Scott Wiener. Trust me, I know him very well. He put out a little ad on Friday about the masks with ICE and how he passed that legislation. And he completely lied, because the legislation is no masks for LEOs, and except under certain circumstances. And yes, while he authored it, a lot of it got changed, and what was signed into law had nothing to do with just ICE. So
he's DSA, you said?
Yeah, he's part of the Democratic Socialist Party.
Because I'm looking stuff up and it's saying he's a moderate.
Trust me, that man ain't no moderate. I mean, and don't forget, there's a California moderate, and there's the rest of the world. He's
Right.
Maybe that's what he's not even a California. He's not even a California moderate.
I mean, I believe you, obviously.
I mean, I don't want to dox you or anything, but if you are in the Bay Area, then you know that this last election, everybody went moderate.
Oh no, I'm in LA, so no, you're good.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. Well, that's
we went. I mean, look at our mayor.
But he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, basically.
Scott Wiener is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He has a very set agenda that does not necessarily line up with everybody.
Who did you want to run against? You said Connie?
No, I didn't think she was retiring. I thought she was going to go if her daughter doesn't. But Connie Chan, who is a current supervisor, has said that she might join the race if Nancy doesn't go through.
Is she a moderate or is she a progressive?
Yes. No, she's a moderate.
Okay.
San Francisco moderate.
I wouldn't be opposed to her.
My Republican friends will vote for her or Pelosi before they vote for Wiener. Well, that's saying a lot.
No, it does, for sure. I mean, I just keep seeing stuff online, but that makes sense because you know how it is. The chronically online people are most of the time going to be leftists who, make a stink about their candidate not being selected, who are saying their person has to win, or it's them or nothing, and all that nonsense. So that actually makes sense why they've been
212, tell your mom. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was trying to. Hey, tell your mom to call me. Okay.
Hey, Lisa.
Wait, I can't see. I gotta put my freaking glasses on. You know you're crazy if you just put glasses on your face. Oh my god. What's going on, you guys?
Hey, sis. I was like, you're not talking. After your babies come up, I was like, tell her.
No, I had to use my account just to get in because let me see. I gotta see who's on stage. I'm sorry, I'm like blind as that right now. But somebody on stage has me blocked.
Oh.
And I see who it is. Oh my god.
Shaw, do you have her blocked?
And that's okay. That's okay. She can keep me blocked because we ain't gonna start nothing right now.
No.
Right,
you can't have her blocked while you're in here because she is one of our mods. Oh, God, y'all.
I do not have her blocked. She has me blocked. I do not have her blocked. She has me blocked.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that is true. And
okay, we can do this behind closed doors.
Yeah, we will. We definitely will.
Yeah, y'all two need to talk.
Oh, no. She can talk to Michael Walker. So, Haitian, I tried to call you.
Haitian sleep.
Are you okay? I'm sleeping, What's up?
Are you okay?
Yeah, what's good?
No, I tried to call you.
No, I
I'm
actually.
blocked out of
When?
the room forever.
Say again?
I'm blocked out of the room forever. Can I come in on my account?
Try to come in on your account. Oh, so Lisa, we're gonna do that rosary with Tim Wise. Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
And to put you on mute because I think you got your other phone open. Where's she at?
And what it'll do too, if you have someone blocked that's on stage moderating, it'll not show you it in the hallway. You have to go to other people's profiles in your
Can't get in.
this section and
Can't
click.
get in.
Yeah. Well, if the other person has you blocked, of course you won't get in. But if you have them blocked, they don't have you blocked back. You can get in. You just gotta go to your message area where you see all the little blue dots and what rooms they're in. Then you just click one of us are in the room that you follow, and it'll let you in. It's just they've made it so if you block someone that doesn't have you blocked mutually, and they're moderating a room, it just does not show up in your hallway. You have to manually go. I know this because as Pat
You
said,
can't get in. No, Patty and I have talked about this. If a moderator has you blocked, even if you see it and you go to the messages and you click on the thing and you click on the room, you still can't get in.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
You must
it's
be an
as
expert.
if I for example had JD blocked, he doesn't have me blocked, right? I just decide I'm blocking JD, and then got me blocked, but it still won't show me in the hallway. I'd have to like go to that little area where the messages and DMs are, and then above it where you see the little headphones beside people's profiles. You have to click that to get in the room if one of your mutuals is in there, or someone would have to send you the link. It just won't show it in your hallway if you have that person blocked. Now, if they don't got you blocked back, you can get in. But if, let's say, JD blocked me back, I would not be able to get in whatsoever. It's just a very strange.
Oh, so if one person have them blocked, then they're fine.
Yeah, like if you Patty, like want to get in Lisa's room, but Lisa has modded like what's that man Affinity, and he didn't block you back. You blocked him. If you like went to Lisa's
the other man, Dr. Goddess, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Goddess is a good example. Like if Dr. Goddess is on stage,
Stop, Patty. That is not nice.
But that's true though. Like if it's Dr. Goddess, Dr. Goddess did not block Patty back. Patty blocked her. So Patty's like, I want to go to Lisa's room tonight, and Lisa has Dr. Goddess on stage or modded on stage. Patty would have to maybe click my face if I'm in that room listening. She'd get in that way, or Lisa could just text her the link and she could click and go in. However, if Dr. Goddess ends up blocking you back, Patty, you can't get in at all. That's the same. It's just
if a moderator has you blocked, you cannot get into the room.
Correct. It's just they've changed it to where if you have a moderator blocked and it's just you that has them blocked and they don't have you blocked back, you have to go through a lot of extra hoops to get in the room. That's all I was trying to explain. Sorry. It's dumb. That's why Lisa thought someone had her blocked.
This person's not worth me going through those kind of hoops at all. Yeah, be dead.
Okay, so she had got Tim Wise for Thursday at 7 p.m. and I know you do your room at 7.
You said Thursday?
Yeah, so she said no, we can't do the ghetto trash on stage and no room.
Oh well, I should not be there.
She's not talking about you. She's talking about like when he speaks, and that's it. So like y'all, the moderator or whatever, just let him speak, and then he'll go on about his business. And they can
I like Tim Wise though.
And then Jane Elliott will be next week, but she got to lock in a permanent time. I want Jane Elliott the most.
Spider Con. I know there's a lot of people backstabbing me. This is Clubhouse, Spider. So either you front stabbing me or backstabbing me, whichever one it is. Trust me, I'm ready. So just ignore them. If you don't like me, don't like me. If you love me, love me. But other than that, I already know that's sis or Mr. or both. I'm good. So trust and believe.
Out of curiosity, can we go back to the go back 8 different topics about basically how do we do engagement? I have kind of, I like to write about national issues, but I act locally because I have no control over redistricting or congressional cycles or anymore. I don't do that stuff. I focus mainly on 3 issues: housing, food, and schooling. Those are my 3 big things. And I have noticed that most people, it's easy to get platformed in local papers and on TV and that kind of stuff because most Americans don't know how to get access to it. So there's a smaller group of us that get disproportionate access to things because we know who to call, and we kind of gradually build up a base of support over time. I know recently my school district, we did some reform stuff, and all of these activists were like, we're not going to go talk to anybody. No one's going to talk to the media. I didn't agree to that because once we produced the report, it stopped being that. It started being a political process. I wrote my letter to the editor, and everyone's like, well, you're a traitor to the cause. And I'm like, no, this is a political process now. different rules apply. I think the challenge is so few of us understand what those rules are, who the gatekeepers are for getting in and out of influence, that we just kind of sit and we're unhappy about things instead of doing something about it. I'll land there.
Eric, can you name those three things again, brother? Because I think that was really important. What were those three things you said?
Yeah, it's the same thing that I focused on when I worked in a riding election up in Canada. It's education, food, housing. Those are the three things to me that matter.
Can I ask you something, brother? And I'm being nuanced here. Is I agree with education, access to education, and access to it's the housing one that I think I struggle with, and I push back on why you don't include access to higher education in that list.
Surprisingly, I would have included higher education up until about 6 months ago. I served on this committee where we were doing re-envisioning for our education, and I'm a Gen Xer. I'm an old bug, and so we had a lot of millennials there, and they were very anti-higher education. And I was really surprised because as the father of 4 millennials, we always stressed the importance of higher education. What I didn't realize is that a lot of millennials feel like they had the rug pulled out from underneath them. They went to college, they got in a bunch of debt, and then they get to the workforce, they're not making money, they're mid-career, they're still not making money, they can't really afford the houses and the cars, they can't afford to have their kids, or they're having just one kid, and they're just very bitter about higher education. So a lot of those families now are asking that their kids not go through that. They want more technical education in the schools, providing a pathway or an academy within the high school that pushes kids if they want to go there to higher ed, but instead understanding that 70% of Americans probably shouldn't be in higher ed, and to make sure that those folks have the skills needed to get jobs that matter once they graduate from high school.
I have something. Perhaps retune them, re-educate them on why the higher ed is important in the first place. So they're mad at higher ed because they didn't get the job that pays them well. Got it. That seemed to be a common theme, but the problem is it's not the education that screwed them. It's basically the corporations that screwed them. So because the corporations are the ones who pay them, and they should be paying them better wages, higher wages, higher wages. And that's what we're having. That's the problem that we're having in this country right now. So if you look at the percentage of what people are making, it's not reaching a level that it should compared to our parents. It just isn't. So they need the education. You just can't say, oh, well, just go this other route and get this other skill because there's things that you get in certain education fields where trade schools are not going to give you. I have both, so I know trade and undergrad.
Royal, can I ask you a question? And Eric, I'll ask both of you a question really quickly. Like, what do you think is best for America, right? And again, I'll drop this. Like, the leading cause of individual bankruptcy in America is healthcare debt, right? And so, if you're against, social health care, if you're against publicly funded higher education based on how smart you are, rather than the current reality, which is access to higher education is almost entirely based on the wealth of you or your parents, generational wealth cracker shit, right? And I'll end with it. What's best for America? Access to higher education based on how smart you are, access to healthcare based on your need, not your wealth, right? Like I think that's what's best for America. And when you have an education system that causes you to go into debt $300,000 if you want to be a doctor, and unless your grandpappy owned enough slaves to buy a wing of that university so that you could fucking get into that program and be a doctor, versus that African American who just statistically had to go through so much fucking more shit to just get the scholarship. You know what I mean?
I don't, because I'm kind of like the weird exception to that. I grew up upper middle class. I went to what was at the time an elite public high school, and I took higher ed, like AP level courses all through high school. I have two parents who are both college graduates, and my great grandparents have been college graduates. So my personal experience, I can't relate to that because education has always been stressed. Sure.
Can I ask you a question, brother? Because what you said is that you have benefited from generational wealth and privilege that you just happen to be born into, and bless you for that. Me too, right? And my question is this, brother, is that if you support publicly funded elementary school and high school, which you said led to your success, but somehow you take offense with publicly funded higher education, can you answer me? Anyone on the stage?
I think you're missing the point behind that.
That seems insane. That seems insane.
No, you're first of all, in the U.S., similar to Canada, we many of our states have a three-part system. We have technical education, community college, state universities, right? And some states have just traditional colleges that are only 4 years but are not universities. One or the other is not better than the other. They all produce certification for you to show that, and most of them are going to have a liberal arts component to them. So even if you're studying at a technical school to be a plumber, at least in the state of Minnesota, that is not a purely technical education program. You still have to complete a required set of liberal arts requirements, because a liberally educated person has the better potential of engaging in the world, because you understand how the world works. I don't look at those three things as a university education is better than a technical. A degree is a degree is a degree. As long as it enables that person to maximize their life, that's what matters. The push right now in the high schools here in the Twin Cities, where I live, has been a combination of technical and college readiness academies. Surprisingly, the college readiness academies do not have as much interest right now as the technical academies. That is where kids seem to be gravitating to in this state. As a matter of fact, the district that my kids are in is still college first. Every kid gets their ACT paid for. Every kid, regardless of ability, is going to take that ACT, because our district is university first. Now, that being said, I have 8 kids. I have had 1 kid graduate from Stout. We got 1 kid through. And it comes down to most of those kids just weren't college bound. They were bound to do other really good stuff in other careers, in healthcare and in trucking. They just weren't university capable, and that's okay.
Can I respond, Eric? And I'll add a shit ton of nuance to this conversation. Like, I am a white, privileged fucking Canadian who was a high school dropout, but also a tech executive, owns lots of businesses, did super good for myself, luck and innovation, and the fact that education really doesn't have much to do with your access to success. And this is where I'm going to shoot myself in the foot, Eric. is that my two daughters, and bless your heart for having 8 kids, because you are actually solving the real problem for the world, which is like a complete population collapse, by the way. And I only had 2 kids, so I'm just like, I'm neutral. Thank you, Eric, for solving the real problems. But let me get back on track. My 2 daughters are really academically successful, bless their hearts. I don't know why, because I'm a high school dropout. I did not have that, even though I'm very successful in life. And Eric, I'll land with this, brother, is that for my oldest to go to the medical school in the best university in my country, it'll cost me about $900 or $800 USD a year, tuition and books, right? And I'm just saying that if you are a successful nation, a wealthy nation, and your citizens benefit from the fact that you are, if you believe that you're in the top 5 nations of the world in wealth and freedom and democracy and blah, 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 the Star-Spangled Banners, how can you in the same breath say that as being a privileged citizen of this great nation, you shouldn't have access to higher education regardless of your wealth, that you shouldn't have access to health care regardless of how much money you have?
Coming from on that. No, I get where you're coming from on that. I'm going to say this, and again, this is not what I believe. This is just what I've researched over the years. Is that Americans, by and large, we have an honor shame system, and frankly, there's like this notion of the lifting yourself up by your bootstraps and personal responsibility, that Puritan ethic that kind of drives that American culture. Now, I personally think that those things are also